Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. I hope everybody's having a great day this morning. Wonderful Saturday morning here. The rain hasn't started yet, but it's going to hit later today and rain most of this afternoon, evening, into tomorrow. But it's keeping the weather a little nicer. It's 60s to 70s here in North Carolina, so not too bad. I can deal with some rain, nicer weather, warmer weather. So how's everybody doing this morning? Notice we have Lucas Player in here. I see a Pez Liz and a Steve and a couple of other people in the chat. So good morning, good morning, good morning. We do have a coffee, and Mrs. Dragon is out on a Dunkin' run as well. So we'll have some additional coffee and some munchkins here in a short bit to keep us going through the street. Good morning, Shaudel. Good morning. So today we start a new printer build series. We finished up with Chewy's build and doing the upgrades to Dragon last weekend. Been printing fine. In fact, she printed the parts for a bento box that will be going in this printer here. So the printer that we will be working on is a DFH Trident 350 kit. And I say kit loosely. So if you're familiar with any of the DFH stuff, they don't do like full LDO kits or actually any full kit. What they have is a bunch of sub kits. And every once in a while, especially near the holidays, DFH will do what they call upgrade boxes or what have you. And that's where we got the Micron kit from. Or I'm sorry, not the Micron, the Salad Fork kit was DFH. And once again, it's a collection of sub-assembly kits. And that's what we have here today. I will switch screens. Welcome on in, Timor. And this is the box. I want to say they called it like the Upgrading Kit 2 or something like that. I was trying to find it today, and the web page has been removed. So, excuse me. Unfortunately, I can't go into it more than what we're going to do today by doing a little bit of an unboxing. So, as mentioned, this is a 350 kit. So, right at the top of this, I've removed the extraneous packing material, by the way. We've got our 355. This is the actual, I believe, magnet and yeah, this should be the magnet and the build plate itself. So there we go there. I believe it's a dual-sided textured plate. We'll have our Trident 350 frame kit. Once again, this is a white frame kit. This is the main piece that we'll be getting in and unpacking today. Not sure why, but we do have some screws, I'm assuming, for putting our frame kit together. So this is, I'll say, one of the options, not option, but this would be one of the sub kits you can go and buy is the frame kit. Then, of course, you'll have the motor kit. This is standard DFH branded motors. So I would say, yeah, we'll have to, we might wind up using TMC Auto Tune for this, like we did on the Salad Fork. But they are 1.8 degree DFH branded stepper motors. We do have the triple integrated lead screw motors a la Trident, also DFH branded. So, hey, good morning, Mr. Wiz. So we've got the motor kit, we've got the frame kit. Um, what else do we have in the box? We've got titanium backer set. We'll have a kinetic bed mount system rather than using the standard printed parts, which I do have printed out. We'll have the kinetic bed mount. Famous Dragonfly hot end. I've got a couple of these already out of the box, so I may leave this in the box and just do this as part of the birthday giveaway, along with a couple of other things that I'm going to toss in. This is our DIN rail and the wire routing pieces. A Meanwell UHP 200. Same thing we used in the Micron kit. Ought to gain us some room underneath. We do have the Big Tree Tech EBB SP2240 CAN bus board. I normally use the 2209. This is a 2240. I believe all the connections are the same. It's just a different stepper driver. We got a Manta M5P, complete with Ducky. So we'll be using the Manta M5P, and I kind of like that they do this. So with a Trident-based system, you can use the M5P as long as you're using a CAN bus toolhead board, rather than doing the larger boards like an Octopus or an M8P or something like that. Of course, we have the drivers, we have the bed down here. We've got the CB1 module for the controller board. I'm probably not going to dig all of this out. Our fans, we got some JST connector kits. The other nice thing with this kit is outside of the belt and of course a customized kit of nuts, bolts, and gubbins, is this particular kit came with a 6-cart ECRF. So we do have the little kit here for all the parts for the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. We've got a linear rail kit. This will be for the Trident. And I believe that's probably why we have all of these fasteners and gubbins and so forth. So unfortunately, we do have a bunch of things that are just kind of tossed in here loosely. Some of which will go with the Trident, others that'll go with the ECRF. So we'll try and get all this stuff out and put together. There's the motors for the ECRF. BMG parts kit, ETFE tube, the whole 9 yards. Connectors, wiring. I believe all of that goes with the ECRF. There's the LED parts that'll go for the stealth burner. More connectors. Omron switches over there. Our power supply, which will be for this machine. Also, more connectors. The fans. Even more connectors. Okay, so I think we've got all the primary stuff out. Like I said, we may have to fill in the blanks a little bit here. I don't know. like I said, this is a collection of subkits. So it's not a full like LDO style build, right? Um, but yeah, we will get going on this. Some of the stuff I'm just going to leave in the box for now, just because it's easier and safer, and we will grab it as we get to it. Main parts, though, I'm going to leave out so that we can get right into it. Welcome on in, Numeric. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. One thing I do want to do is get into these linear rails. Because one of the things that I noticed is I saw motors and I saw motors and I saw all the bits and parts and gubbins for the ECRF, knowing that I'm going to need to print the parts for ECRF, which I haven't started yet. But I'm also going to be needing, okay, there's my 2Y, my X, my 3Z. Okay, so that's good to know that I have the linear rails here. The things that I'm not seeing for ECRF in the kit are the rods and the extrusion stuff for it. But I've got all that stuff. I can fill in the gaps there. Yeah, let's go ahead and open up our frame and get our frame all laid out and sorted, since that's going to be one of the first things that we'll need to get into, start the build. And what I normally do is I just get all my parts out, lay them out, get them kind of in order, and then we can go from there, and it makes life a little bit easier. No, I'm not early today. I normally start at 10 a.m. Eastern time on Saturdays. On the weekday streams, I'm on at 5:30 p.m. And the color scheme for this, I think, is going to come out pretty nice. As you can see, we've got a white frame, and the colors for this are Pop Blue and Pop Pink ASA by Polymaker. Lots of rails here. Okay. All the rails are out on the table. See about getting them all sorted here by size. because that always helps. We've got two that are the same size that have an extra hole in them. So we'll need to be cognizant of that. We might have more. Double, triple check. Nope. Okay. Your upgrade kit 1.1 to V2 should be here next week. Yes, Timor, mine should be two. One of the two should be there. It's already left China, so it's en route to the States. Or at least that's what it appears to be on the AliExpress stuff. And I think that's the Silede or whatever. But I ordered both the Silede and the FiSec kit so I could take a look at them. And my hope too is the upgrade kits are a 6-cart V1 to an 8-cart V2. So I'm hoping that it will come with the larger rods and all that stuff, or I believe they do. So I need to start looking at the ECRF. Once again, we're going to build the printer, then build the ECRF, because I want to get this working first before that. And then I need to figure out, I haven't printed any stealth burner parts yet. And some of that just has to do with, I still need to make decisions. So when going with the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, you've got different options for, yeah, that's how I read the kit description as well. It should come with the larger rods and stuff. It's just assuming you're reusing your motors and printed parts and things. But as far as a tool head, there are numerous options out there on whether or not you want a filament cutter in the tool head or not, whether or not you want a filament runout sensor before the gears or after the gears of the extruder, and so on and so forth. So I really just need to look and see what the options are and which one I want to do. Because we've seen in the past on a couple of our builds where we've gone with, oh, well, we're going to use the LGX Lite instead of the CW2 on a stealth burner, which led us to use this mod, which means I couldn't use this, but I had to go and find a different mod for the door or what have you for the electronics on the toolhead board. So I want to kind of really work on looking at that and figuring that out while we're doing this build. And then also, I'm probably going to have to look at, because I want to keep the ECRF the same color scheme, which means I'm probably going to have to go ahead and order some more filament from Polymaker to try and figure out what, make sure I have enough filament. So, and with that, let's go ahead, switch over to our browser view so that we can see what we're going to be working on to start with. And that is the frame here. And just trying to get the basic frame put together. So it always starts off with sorting the extensions, which we've done. We've got our 4 long extensions, our the B extrusions. These will be the top extrusions. And they do have the extra hole in the top side of them for doing the crossbars. Then we have the A extrusions. We've got 9 of those. The extrusion, it shows 1. I've got 2. Is interesting. Let me go off the F. Okay, so one of these is the C extrusions. One would be the F extrusion. Then we'll have H, E, D, and D. Okay. Well, I think we got all the extrusions here. Very, very slight difference in some of them. Give me 1 second, folks. Mrs. Dragon's coming up with coffee. Hey, we're back. How's it going? Yes, we are still on mute. You can tell I'm like talking and doing things, but you're not hearing, huh? So, okay, now that we're back, um, I was saying midnight black. Is that a newer color by Polymaker, or is that a different manufacturer? I'm going to take these ones and move them off. These should be for the bed and other things. So we'll get those out of the way for now. These are going to be the primary ones that we're getting ready to work on that we want to go through and do the end pieces on. So H extrusion, I'm still not, I think the H extrusion is I'm so confused. We'll figure out the H extrusion as we get there. Which one of those is the H extrusion? But this should be the 9 C extrusions. Or excuse me, the 9A extrusions. The C extrusion will have the center hole in it. Okay, this would be F. So this is F. E would be a different size based on print. So that would be that one. So this would be the next one up, which this should hopefully be 8. Okay. Because 8 should be the same regardless of whether it's a 250, 300, or 350, because this should be the back upright for the third Z upright. So what we have is our A and C extrusion. which are these, get screws in both ends, and then this one gets it in one end. We're going to be doing M5x16 button head cap screws. See what all I had over here. This was in the frame kit, so my assumption is that this will still come, or that these will be the M5x16s that will go with the frame. So, hey, Hybrid, you're just starting your day, huh? Well, we are just starting our day as well, and we are getting ready to start the DFH Trident 350 build. We're going to verify these do look like 16s, and they are. So we are going to grab our Loctite. Always good to use our Loctite. And we're probably going to make an addition here with some M5 washers underneath these screws as we go in. We did that on one of our other frames. It's a tip from Steve Builds. And what that does is it gives you a little more purchase when you are tightening these down, and it keeps your frame from rolling as you're trying to tighten it in. So here'll be the other hint on your H. Your H is going to have a threaded rod section on it. Or I mean, one end should be threaded. All right, we'll figure H out when we get there. How about that? For now, each one of these will get a M5x16 started into the ends on both ends. Good morning, Creatix Brit. How are you doing today? Mini Vice, welcome in. Just got out of bed and did all your morning stuff? Well, congratulations. I look at it as a win every time I get up out of bed and start a day. You know, you build all your printers, midnight murder color schemes, all black. Well, there you go. Nice. Yeah, I'll be quite honest with you. It's taken me a while to start branching out on my colors, and then when I did, funny enough, the first one that I quote unquote branched out on was Fey Dragon, which was the parts that I won at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest last year. And from then on, I started actually doing other colors rather than just straight black, maybe a blue accent here or there. And everybody seems to love the colors I choose. So that, and it spices things up a bit. Helps with the naming scheme as well. So this is a powder coated frame. You just saw me take a look at the frame on here. So with powder coated frames, depending on how they did them, is whether or not so in this case, they cut the extrusions, they tap the extrusions, then they powder coat it. And so what you'll get is you'll get powder coating in the threads on the extrusions. And so that may make them a little bit tighter. So that's what was happening on that one, was the thread was just a little bit tighter. And I wanted to make sure, because every once in a while in that case, you may want to run a tap through it just to clean up the threads. Oh, see, now Miss Dragon's going to heckle me. Not bad combinations for a colorblind man. Yes, Mrs. Dragon. Awesome. Yeah, she got to see this color scheme last night. She's been up in Virginia helping my brother with our great niece. Um, yeah. As they've been dealing with some health issues with his mother-in-law. And she just got back last night, and she came up and was checking some things out up here in the Dragon Den, and I was showing her the colors for this build. And we were also doing some research because, as you may have seen the other post I put on Twitter, she wants a combat robot. We were talking about, me and Evil Diesel were talking about possibly building some ant weight robots, because we noticed the last couple of Rep Fests have had ant weight robot competitions going that are not being advertised, so we didn't know about them. So I figured might as well build a couple of robots and have them there, along with, death racers and other stuff. So she will have a combat robot that she can play around with while she's there at the show, and she may even run the death racer as well. We'll see. We'll have to get her some stick time. So the chamber heater is assembled. It's been tested. I need to clean up the wiring and get the whole package put together, and then snake it in and connect it in on the printer I'm going to do it. So because all of my printers are 24 volt and up, and that's a 12-volt heater that I based it on, I need to either be able to run a wall wart directly to it or something like that. So it's just figuring out which printer I'm going to add it in and go. Right now, I've got a bento box, like a mini bento box, that's getting ready to get added into the K3. And then I may add the chamber heater to that so I can start doing even higher requirements for chamber temps, for things like straight polycarbonate, which I do have some of. But yeah, it is cool. She's actually been going out and doing research, and she's like, I want this one. Well, I don't see files for that one. Okay, well, how about this one? That one. I think we're going to start her off with an ant weight that's all 3D printed, so even a 3D printed weapon. And then we'll have the ability to, we'll say, up our game by adding a metal weapon, a basic metal weapon, and then just work our way up from there. But yeah, we'll have plenty of cool things for her to play around with at the booth. And I'm sure she will be walking around the show as well. She's into 3D printing to the extent that it supports other things. Like I've got files for these little coils that we use for the garden to hold things up on the trellis. So when garden season kicks in, there's going to be a spool of Pet G sitting on the Crucimini downstairs. So as she needs more, she can just call it up and say print and go. We've, like I said, for some of the droids and stuff that we've been working on, you know, she's like, ooh, I want to go pick out the color. Let me go figure out what color. And then, of course, she's looking at the pretty silks and stuff. And I'm like, silk PLA, probably not the best choice for a battle bot because that's the only armoring you're going to have. So we may have to look at, you know, maybe an ASA or ABS, which will be a little bit stronger, a little more resilient if she wants some color. I may try and talk her into, I think I have a blue Polymax polycarbonate. So as long as it's not too heavy, that might be a better way of going than a silk, right? Well, they send me those awesome colors, hon, because they get used for anything and everything. And I'm not saying that it can't be. I'm just saying more resilient wise, it might be better. But she's talking about the all the filament I'm getting in the Alien 3D boxes. So all the sample filaments. And I will say that, yes, some of them are done in PLA, but not necessarily silk. You'd want like a PLA Plus or standard PLA Plus, PLA Pro, something that's got a little more strength to it. And that's probably not going to be a silk color. Or in fact, it won't be a silk color. Yeah, the Alien 3D UFO boxes are really cool. You get some good colors in them. This last box was all voxel PLAs, which are cool. We'd already done that one. And actually, give me 1 second, because what I can do is sort of cheat. Yes. Other ones. Yeah, that's the part that's killing me. It may be this one that is the ink. The right size. One's just a shade taller than the other, which always makes it even more interesting and fun to try and figure out. Because once again, it's going to be a specific size. Because it fits where it fits. And I've got two that are just about the same size. So let me double check this one for size. One's that one should be for the bed. This will be the one that we want. All of your parts arrive for your chamber heater experiment, 24 volt, 200 degree PTC temp controller. Yeah, and so I built the one with the 12 volt, and then I found the one that used the 24 volt, which I really need the one for the 24 volt because it'll be easier to plumb. Spinners and hot ends you can install on your Ender 3 V3KE. Yeah, these are, I mean, these are pretty easy builds, especially at this point. So, build on a flat surface, build the frame on a glass or granite surface. I don't have a glass or granite surface here, but we will measure everything for square. Mind the access hole positions. So now's where it'll get a little fun. Let me clean some things up here. And by a little fun, I mean I need to use the side of the bench here. So try and set you up like this. So I'm going to need 2 of our standard edge pieces and 1 of our uprights. Now mind your upright, the end that has the second hole in it is the one that's up. So the other end is the side that's down. And the way we're going to be working on this, our upright, really doesn't matter. We're going to slide down, make sure you get behind the washer. We're going to slide that down. We're going to take our other vertical, put it on one side, and we're going to grab our 1, 2, 3 block because we're going to use our 1, 2, 3 block to try and keep everything straight while we're doing the build. So we're going to use this on one side to make sure that the edge is flush on one side. We're going to put the 1, 2, 3 block on the other side and sandwich it so that the upright can't switch side to side on us, and it's going to stay nice and centered between these two. You could use, another extrusion as well to do the sandwiching, but then we'll get on the head of that screw, and we're just going to tighten it up. Squeezing these two, squeezing this whole sandwich together, keep things nice and tight. All right, so that's our first one. Now we're going to take this, move it over to the side, And once again, put our upright down in there, right with the right with our uh, English language. So fight with our washer. And I'm going to, once again, use another um, extrusion, make that sandwich, right? Use our 1, 2, 3 block to make sure we have a 90. The other extrusion to make the sandwich. Kind of pull and hold everything tight together. And then we will tighten up this corner bracket. Good morning, Chris. How's it going? Hope you're doing good today, my friend. Okay, and this should also be giving us a nice flat bottom here. Everything should be nice and flat. We will turn this 90 degrees and we will do our next upright. Once again, making sure that the side with 2 holes is up. We'll do our little squish. Grab another one. I think they actually show you doing the 2 corners and then putting them together. Yeah, I'm just going to continue to build my way around. So this is another base. Then 1, 2, 3 block in the corner, another extrusion on the outside just to provide a good clamp. And we just kind of hold all of that together with our hand, making that nice 90 degree. And then we will tighten up that joint. And we'll just keep working our way around. Hey, Mud Light, welcome on in. How's it going? Um, so you're having a hard time with the Raspberry Pi OS build? And then don't do like what I just did. So my second hole is right here. These holes should be lining up front to back. And I just put this one with the hole, so hole there. So the other one should be here pointing front to back. I just did this one this direction. So I need to take this out and make sure I line that up yet again. So case in point, folks, pay attention to the orientation of your uprights. It'll make it go a little bit easier. We'll go back to doing this with our holes in the right place so that we'll have our verticals lining up. Our verticals, our verticals are lined up so that we can then do um, our Y cross members. Huh. I haven't had too many problems um with the OS releases. So that vertical is in there, making sure that our holes are lining up. Do our little extrusion sandwich here. Did you have to go do a older OS copy? So I normally do mainsail OS on a direct Pi. The last thing that I built was a CB1, which would not have been the Raspberry Pi OS. When was the last time I did Raspberry Pi OS? It's been a minute or two. But I've got several here that I can try with. That's no problem. And so what's the actual issue, Mod Light, that you're having? Okay, make sure once again our holes on the top side and then it's lined up crossing. So here we go. And then just pick a side to start on. And there's our base. A pretty big chunky boy, right? So we've got our base in. Um, Now we will take one of these back out, front, either this one, front or back, pick one. We need to take this side out so that we can replace this with the one that actually has the hole in it so that we can put the center piece in. Because why would I follow the directions and pay attention? Not like I've done one of these builds a few times before. Once again, make sure that the hole in this is facing up, because this is going to be used to secure that upright that we're going to need to slide in as well. It's going to be the other reason why we needed to take this off so we could slide this in. That would be why they do the two corners. Come on now. This would go in the center, and we will need to measure that it's in the center. What I'm going to do first is I'm just going to kind of snug it up a little bit. Oh. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, how's it going, my friend? Okay, so now what I need to do is just do some measuring, because this should be centered side to side. Okay. Don't worry about its gangster lean just yet. We'll get there. Huh, actually perfectly centered. So I'm going to use my block and an extrusion, sandwich it together, give a little ugga-dugga down here at the bottom. And that should give us the rear upright. Yeah, I normally use Mainsail OS build when I do my Raspberry Pis. If I'm doing a different type, like a CB1 or an orange pie or a banana pie or anything like that, then I will use the Raspberry Pi OS Imager to install just the basic Linux and then do a Kaya on top of it. Oh, nice. Now, do you have an older dog, Daddy Wazzy, or like a puppy? So the OS is locking up after boot and driving you up the wall. Um, okay, so he's older. Gotcha. Yeah, the sweet spot for dogs seems to be kind of like right there in the middle. Um, use the E extrusion, cover the end in tape so we don't scratch things up to find the right position. Okay, or you can use the spacers. I may wind up using the spacers, especially since I don't know which one is truly the E extrusion. So we'll do that. So what that tells me to do is I'm going to bring one of these. My washers pushed out against the head of the bolt. So one of these is going to slide down here. We're just going to roughly get it about where the holes are. I'm going to not snug it up the whole way, but I'm going to find the head of the bolt. There we go. Like I said, I'm not snugging it up all the way. I'm just bringing in the tension on the rail because when I go to do the top, I am going to need, I don't want to bow it, is basically what I'm getting at. Now our top, will go down in there and we'll need it to be flush against the top. So guess what? If we flip it over, we're going to be able to guarantee that it's flush right up against the top. Do our little trick with our extra extrusions here to squish it, push everything down. We'll get that side done. We'll do a 90-degree flip on it. And we'll do this end. Same thing, push everything down to make sure that we're flat, squish it together. And tighten up. Now we need to do that same other thing over here on the other side, and then we can set the Y rails to the right height. So once again, we'll flip this over. Probably move this coffee back off here before I make a mess. Come on. Once again, we're just going to get this lined up initially with the holes, just because we're going to need to screw these in just a tad bit. And like I said, we're not tightening these down yet. We're just getting them in position, basically. And we're pulling them a little tight so that we can get the next bar in without any issues. Now, once again, we're going to flip this upside down so we can use our tabletop as a flat surface. We're going to do our little push everything down and squish everything together trick to make sure that everything should be flat on the table. Find the head of our screw, maybe. There we go. And give it a little bit of ugga-dugga. Flip it around. Do the same thing on the other side, just happens to be over here now. In the head of the screw, squish everything together, push everything down to make sure that we're nice and tight with the flush or the top of the part. And we've got two of our tops in place. Now the other two, I don't know why I did that. Let me put this back over. Get these in place. So if you leave if your screw heads are too far out, it won't pop in. So you just have to screw your screw heads in 1 or 2 turns to be able to pop into the frame there. There we go. That's one side. Where'd my everything down, squish everything together. In the head of the screw. Okay. Down to our final side here. That's it. There we go. We just grab another random extrusion. Everything down, squeeze everything together, tighten. Flip it around. Now, everything should be nice and flush. We'll check for square. And if we're square, then we'll go ahead and we'll use our template or our whatchamacallits to locate these and tighten them down. There's no sense in doing that if we're not square. So okay, so the bottom face is square. Flip it 180 degrees. Now let's check the top face. Once again, make sure that you put your mark, whether you put it right at the end. I'm starting off at 10. It's an easier place to measure from. And then the other side measurement should be the same. Doesn't matter what it is. Technically, different build sizes will have different frame size, of course, but it should be the same. And right now we are the same on the top and the bottom. So the top and bottom is square. Now we need to start looking at all of our side to side faces to make sure that we don't have any type of racking going on. Good morning, Shenanigans. Steve Builds. Good morning. Am I doing everything right, Steve? We're building a Trident, so I better be on my best behavior now that you're here. We are just checking frame for squareness. So this side square. Here for a little bit, then you can go back as you work. Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, this is a Trident build. This is a Trident build from a DHF kit. And I say kit loosely because it's really a set of sub-assembly kits. Okay, so two sides are good. Chances are all the other two sides should be. The top and bottom are good. So I'll do one more side, and if this is still tracking right, then the front side is, of course, going to be right, mathematically speaking. And yes, we are nice, good, and square. So now what we need to do is we still need to tighten down and set the length or height for our Y extrusions here. So we've got printed jigs, and these just slot right on. And you'll notice that there's a big gap there. So we're probably off a tad bit. So I'm just going to go in here and make sure that we are loosened up. Try to. We're pretty loose, so again, always using our 1, 2, 3 blocks to their best potential. And for some reason, I can't find the head of this screw. Okay. So Steve, this is a DFH kit. I'm gonna have to loosen this up. So we're working on a DHF kit here. This is a white frame. Looks like it's been powder coated. All right. I just can't seem to get into that spot. Feels like it's wedged or something. Hmm, that's weird. I bet you I know what I'm dealing with. There's probably a burr on this that I'm catching. Are you serious now, man? What the hell? All right, bear with me. Bear with me. So this is it feels, or it seems like it's a powder coated frame. Well, and I've got the washers in here. So the problem, I think, is that I'm getting wedged, even with the washers in here on these. Something's wedged now. And of course, I'm too far down now. Um, What the hell? Yeah, and now I'm gonna have to play with the whole frame again. But I think what I'm suffering with now is the bolt heads are now, there we go, wedged in there. Honestly, Yeah, I'm kind of not liking this powder coated frame too much right now. I definitely did not have this many problems on the salad fork. Okay. Whew, that was fun. So this one's now set. Now I need to go and retighten our bottom, or the top and the bottom, and all the sides that we undid to make this work. Like that one. White powder coating looks good, but if you're tearing it up trying to get your extrusions to fit right, then really not all that good. And the frames from DFH here, I don't know if they were done by DLL PDF or who he has do these frames, but that was painful. Feels like more painful than it needed to be. One, two. At least this one's in the right spot, so dang it, I took my other clamps out, didn't I? Well, that sucks. Yeah, that's definitely the issue is these things are getting wedged. Okay. Alrighty, so those are set. Now what's up next in our build sequence? Did that, we did the top. We checked for square. Checked for square everywhere. Right? So all of our extrusions are nice and square. Good. Hey, Fotis, how are you doing, my friend? Yeah, 2.4 is a little bit easier because you don't have these or this to put in place. Hey, MTJ or MTB Matt. Yeah, this is the powder coated white frame from DFH. This is a 350 build, so this is the largest Voron that I've done to date. Yeah, I've got washers behind every one of the screws. So I'm using your tricks of the trade there, Steve. Ah, so folks, give me just a couple of seconds. I'm going to mute you real fast because I'm going to run downstairs and I will be right back. Be right back. All right. So if folks will bear with me for 1 second, we'll get our display going here. One Otis Mint hoodie. To go with our Otis Mint Moon Dragon and Polymaker Starlight Comet. We also have Otis Mint Coffee Cup that we will see here on stream soon. So Fotis, I do have one critique on this. So coffee cup, we do it the other way. The logo is slightly off. So if you're looking at it here with the handle, one side it's right on. The other side it's off a bit. So the spacing between the two emblems is off a bit. So you might want to go back and chat with Bonfire about this or look at that a little bit more. But hey, works for me because this is the way I always hold my mugs because I'm right-handed, and everybody's going to be able to see photo cement just right. Yeah. But there's the moon dragon. I did post some pictures up on Twitter about it. But this came out beautiful in Polymaker. And this was the first print off of Fey Dragon after we did the gantry swap. So, and that stuff came in yesterday. So we have validated that we've got a 90 degrees everywhere and that we're square with the frame squared. Hey, Solar 3DP, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome on in. Aaron, welcome in. Oh, very nice, Timor. So I've got a whoops. I believe this is the Great Plains gear puller that Steve Build showed off or has used in the past. I got this because I thought I had one because I did RC aircraft for a while, and apparently I can't find it, so I had to get a new one. But these work as well. It just depends on what your timing situation is. Of course, AliExpress, you can get some pretty decent quality stuff, but it's just going to take time to get it. If you need it fast, of course, Amazon, you can normally find the same stuff. Yes, this is a big frame, Westery. This is a 350 by 350. So this is bigger, 50 millimeters bigger in each direction, except for height. Height is still going to be the same. So we did check for squareness already. Oh, look, we're going to put this down for now anyhow and work on our A and B drive. And we grab parts. Where are the A and B drives at? Is that seat and motor drives? What do I do with the A and B drives? Oh, it is that one. Hey, Big Jana, welcome on in. Oh, nice, Big Jana. Yeah, you and your LED light, things to aspire to. So this is our colors. We're going to be doing pop pink and what we got? Idlers, XY, A and B. So we're going to be doing pop pink and pop blue ASA from Polymaker. Probably bring you guys down here a little bit when we're doing this part. Then I'll probably have to raise you back up with the okay. So A and B drives and idlers. So A is on the right side, B is on the left when we do our build. And it looks like we're gonna have some heat sets. So let's get prepped for that. And I did not do any pre-sorting or anything of these um, of the parts here. So we're going to kind of be playing it, you know, hunt and peck, search and stuff. At some point, I'm just going to start putting these in my own, in my Gridfinity bin here just to make life easier. Either that, or I could just grab the other Trident kit that's got a diagram on it and build it out that way. It's not like I haven't built a Trident before. We're probably going to do that because this is busted anyhow. So it's all busted up anyhow. So we'll probably just put this in a different case. Maybe use that lid for the cover of a combat robot or something for Mrs. Dragon. We'll get our heat press up here. Get it turned on and started. So you got, a sound react one. Okay. Huh. That would be interesting. And in fact, I'm going to make life a little easier on me. Heat inserts. I don't think I need that many right now. Anyhow, what are we looking for? We're looking for the part that has our opening in the side here. We're going to add one heat insert right there. And I may run through the manual real fast and do a couple of heat sets if I need to, just to make life a little bit easier as we go through it. So I don't have to keep putting this up, taking it down and stuff. And I actually built a little WLED thing for the one that I'm using behind me. And I'll have a couple of more lighting projects coming up soon. Is that all I need heat set insert wise for the motors and the idlers? It looks like it. Okay. I always hold off on putting the M5 nuts in there because for whatever reason, mine are not like, they don't retain very easily and I wind up throwing them around the shop as I'm building. So your bearings will need. Hmm. And not sure what that was, but don't mind me. All right, Steve. Thanks for being out here, my friend. Um, these are obviously, we'll say, not high quality hybrid ceramic bearings. We'll just call them probably some AliExpress specials, not honey badgers or anything like that. A lot of yeah, greasiness to them. So it looks like we're going to start with our idlers. Start with this way. We'll need a M5 by 40 socket head screw. Yeah, bear with me real fast. 6, 2.4. Trident hardware kit. These were some leftovers, so I will worry about those later. And we're just going to do a quick transfer here. So M3 by 8 socket head cap screw. 3 by 8 socket head cap screw. 3 by 12 socket head cap screw. 3 T-nuts. 3 by 20 socket head cap screw. No, self-tapping. E3 washer. All right, folks, you're going to see me do a little bit of sorting here just because it's going to be easier to do it this way. 3 hex nut. 3 lock nut. Ram 3 by 20s. Nice. How's it going, tripod? Welcome on in, my friend. Four by six. Three lock nut. Of course, I did this to myself. Oh. Now that's done. That'll make life a little bit easier. Easier to find our different types of screws and stuff at least. To do this build out. Okay, so M5 by 40 socket head cap screws. M5 by 40 up through our whatchamacallit, our slot. We're going to need to build a bearing stack, so we're going to need a shim, flange side down, flange side up, and another shim. Then we will take the matching piece that has the right cutouts and slots. We're going to set that over the top, push it together. And what I tried to do on the last build, I'll move this all the way forward in the slot. I will take our whatchamacallit, our the tensioner. Goodness gracious. So we'll have our tensioner piece. That's going to slot on. And I'm going to push down and kind of squeeze it together. So hopefully as I pull this M5 by 40 out, my bearing stack stays in place and doesn't drop or jump around. And I should be able to put that screw right back down through the bearing stack and everything stayed in place. Now I do need to put an M5 nut at the back side of this, which I didn't grab yet. Let me pull one of those out. Get that put in there. And we'll snug this up. And we're snugging it up. We don't want to really compress it too much because it needs to be able to move freely in the slot because this is our tensioning mechanism. All right. Now we're going to need one of our M3 washers. M3 washers. And a M3 by 40 socket head cap screw. This is going to go in through the front, through the blue part, and at the back of the blue part will be the heat set insert that we put in. And all we're going to do is just snug this down. I'm going to hold my thumb here so I don't start moving the the actual slider, and we're going to bring it right up against the printed part and no more. Now, screwing this in is going to cause this to push into the back and move our idler tensioner forward. There's one of our tensioners. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. So we're going to start with our thicker bottom piece. We're going to put a bolt up from the underside, and we're going to do a bearing stack. So M5 shim, bearing flange side down, bearing flange side up, and another M5 shim washer. We'll take our other idler part. Once again, we've got the standoffs on one side, the cutouts on the other. So this should match up beautifully and squish together. And I'm going to pull this bearing stack forward, take my tensioner bracket, noting where my I'm upside down. This is how we should be in there. Our tensioner would come in this way. Once again, I'm going to get my tensioner in there. I'm going to push top to bottom to get some squish on there to keep my bearing stack in place as I pull my screw out. Slide that into place, and my screws should be able to go right back down through the stack. No problem, no adjustment needed. Go right down through the stack, and boom, we got another bearing stack good to go. Now we're going to put our M5 nut on there. Going to push it down in there. Don't lose our screw. Once again, tighten this down just until we feel that change in tension and stop, because once again, we want this to be able to slide forward, back, top to bottom. All right. We're going to push it all the way back. M3 washer, M3 by 40 screw. Come in through the front. And we're just going to tighten that down until we feel the tension change. Yeah, Chris, I hope everything's doing well. I saw your announcement on your Discord. Yeah, I just hope everything's going well, my friend. So this is the B idler. So this is going to go on this side, the A idler. So once again, the B idler, give us a, yeah, it does give us the check. So your B idler with your screw at the top, your screw head at the top, your M3 screws at the bottom, and your idler is at the lower position. For the A screw, for the A idler, screw at the top, screw head at the top, and your idler is in the top position. So that's the A and the B. Now we're going to start working on our A drive. The A drive is the one with the cutout that we put our heat set insert into. We're going to need some M5 by 30s, button head screws. And you'll notice there's 3 that have recessed head bolts for. Those are for M3s. Our M5s are going to go through and sit right at the top. So we'll put those in, then we'll flip this over. Holding those screws, of course, or putting it down on the table and working on it on the table. We're going to need to build bearing stacks. So On the left side, it's a single bearing stack. On this right corner piece, we're going to have a double bearing stack. And if you remember our bearing stacks, each bearing stack is going to have a stem washer at the bottom. We'll do a bearing flange side down against the washer, bearing flange side up, making our roller, and then we'll need another M5 washer. And that ends our bearing stack for this side. The other side, we need a second bearing stack. So it's the same thing. We're going to start with another M5 washer, bearing flange side down, bearing flange side up, and another M5 washer. And that does our bearing stacks. Then we're going to need the other piece of our A motor. Once again, we're looking for that cutout. And this will align just like that. And we're going to hold those in and flip it over. And we're going to push down our sandwich there. We're going to need our M3. And we are going to be going into plastic. So don't over tighten. We just want to bring it down to where we feel the tension change. And that's where the head of the screw has hit the printed part. We don't want to over compress these because then our bearings won't roll freely. Okay. Then we're going to need some motors. So let me go ahead and grab our motors. Let me go ahead and put my M5 X nuts away. My M3 washer, I'll put back in there. Leave those out. And we need to grab our motor. Or at least the A and B motors. So your A and B motors don't have the shafts on them, of course, or the lead screws on them. So it doesn't matter which one, they're both going to be the same. They're both 1.8 degree hybrid DFH branded stepper motors. So we're going to need our pulleys. So we need 2 pulleys. Sweet. There were no grub screws in this package, and there's no grub screws in any of these pulleys. Okay. Might need to improvise. Screws in that. Grub screws in that. And that'll get me what I need. Yeah, not sure why there's no grub screws in these, but we will we'll get it figured out. And I know somewhere, I want to say I ordered a pack of grub screws, so They're probably right next to the bearings that I lost. So when I finally find my bearings, I'll have my grub screws for snacks. Folks, definitely put Loctite on your grub screws. You will have a bad day if you don't at some point. You just stepped on one of your balls? Oh no. Are you downstairs at least, or did you track them upstairs again? Because I hate when I track balls everywhere. Okay. There's at least 2 down. Good there. Downstairs? Well, that's good. I mean, at least that's where you spilled your balls at. Now, we've got our pulley guide printed out, so that always helps. This one, we're doing the A motor, so you want to use the A side to set your motor distance, just like it's shown in the screen there. So the set screw side goes down on this one, and we're lining up the A in the actual belt path portion. And then we always snug up to the flat side first. Then we'll do the round side. And then I always double, triple check to make sure that nothing moved on me. There we go. So when we put these in, normally on a 2.4, you put them in with your motor wires towards the inside. On a Trident, you put them in with the motor wires towards the outside edge, which the long edge is the inside, the short edge is the outer edge of your printer. So that's the way our wires are going to be facing. Get this on there, we'll line it up, and we are going to screw this on with M3 by 30 screws. We'll need 3 of those. So I'm starting to print out the parts for the FDM tools. So we're making some good progress on the black box prints. Okay, so we have that, and checking your work. Compare the assembled part to the graphic, pay attention to the pulley orientation, and note, because it doesn't say, that you're looking at it from the back So you kind of have to look that here's the short side with your grooves, the long side with your grooves going this way. So you'll have two over here and one at the top. And that this should line up with your pulley. So yeah, we're lined up with our pulley. We're good there. So this is our A motor to go with our A idler. Now we're going to start the other side. Yep, this is the right orientation. We're going to need two more of our M5 by 30s. Same type of deal, one right in the corner, and then one is the next bigger hole over there. We'll flip this over. And very similar, in our corner, we'll do the double stack. In the middle, we'll do the single stack. So grab our shim washers. Do one down, bearing flange side down against that washer, bearing flange side up, and another one of our shim washers. Now this one's done. We need one more over here, so we're another shim washer, flange down, and flange up. And once more with another shim washer. And we're going to put our other plate on there, lining it up. We will lift that stack assembly up, making sure that we don't lose our bolts out of it. Oops. And we're going to tighten these down once again, just until we feel the change in tension, which tells me the head of my bolt is seated, and we are threading this into plastic. So just right up until we seat that head, make sure that our bearings are still moving and we're golden. Now we're going to get our A motor set up. Once again, we've got our pulley ready to go. It goes in the opposite direction now. So with the set screws are going to be facing up. My set screws is in there too much. There we go. And since this is our B motor, we're going to look for our B. So B is on this side. I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to put this up against there on our motor and use this as the guide to set the height for our pulley. We'll need to hold that there. Line up our pulley. Need like 5 other hands. Set screw to the flat first. And double check. So we slid down just a bit. Better. So now we'll tighten up the side against the round portion. Don't stab ourselves. Try not to stab ourselves. Tighten up against the flat. Okay, then once again, our motor wires face the short side of our printed part. Just set that right on top. We'll grab 3 more of our M3 by 30 screws to screw this in place. Okay, Aaron, I was waiting to hear if you got that package. Yes. Now I've just been printing the parts. I haven't printed the tools yet for the different sections, which seem like there's just as many tools in a few sections as printed parts. So, yeah. But I will probably print those in PLA versus, carbon fiber PC. Everything's still moving. So that is our B motor. And we will double check. Once again, 2 on the outside, 1 on the inside, and that 1 should line up with our pulley, which it does. So we're good there. And we're ready to start working on the Y-axis and putting all this stuff together. We'll identify which is the back. The back has the upright. We will need to put some M5 T-nuts and some M3 T-nuts in our rails. So let's go ahead and that away for the time being. Put these away for the time being. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Put that there for now. And we'll need our frame back. Oh. Bring our printed parts in there. Okay, so we're going to need a selection of M5 nuts. And it looks like all 4 of the top are M5. And let's pay attention to the orientation. We want both of them going in the same direction. So both of them with the hole towards the back on each side. We'll get these lined up here final a little bit later. They should go almost all the way back. And then on the front, top and bottom, we're going to be M5 T-nuts. Once again, with the holes facing the upright. We'll get these in there and push them mostly forward. I'm going to do the tops on both sides first, because they're going to be done the same. So once again, the top are both M5 T-nuts at both the front and the back. And then when we flip it over, we'll do a couple of different things. That's why I wanted to do them separately. Now we'll take our frame and we'll flip it over. And once again, this is our back with our vertical upright. So in the back, we're going to do an M5 up against the rail and then an M3. In the front, it's going to be 2 M5s again. So once again, we'll put in our two M5s, kind of just slide them forward. We'll get the proper alignment for these when we start to put our parts on there. And a single M5 in the back. Single M5 in the back. Two M5s in the front. Once again, all of the holes on these T-nuts, the spring-loaded T-nuts, are facing the vertical uprights. And then on these backs, we'll add an M3. Once again, the hole is facing the back. Okay? So we've got this done on both sides. Let's do the same thing on the left. So we've already done that. We did them both at the same time. Now it wants us to hang the front idlers. Yeah, and interestingly enough, I've got a 5 kilogram spool of white PLA over there. Well, let me kind of show you guys something that I've got going on. So, Bay Dragon here has been slid over. So the only way I can get to the spool holder, I literally have to pull the front of the printer off and hold it one-handed while I take one spool off and put another spool on. It's doable for right now because Kyber Dragon now has one foot on this shelf. Her other foot is sitting on the center shelf because I've got a 5 kilogram spool sitting back here on a spool holder, and that 5 kilogram spool is over 12 inches wide. So that's why there's a big gap between the Trident and here right now. It is a big spool. So it's a hefty chonky boy. And right now I've got a well over a day-long print going on it because it's printing the main wheel for DO. So to give you an idea, these will be the outside rings. So this is the one half of the Lazy Susan. So we'll get balls down in this inner channel, and then there will be a black piece that sits on it that makes the inner side. Then this is the outer ring, and we'll have decorative panels on the inside, and then the drive wheel will stick up slightly over the center ring. And so that wheel is about this size around, but it's like, I don't know, that thick. So it's a pretty chunky wheel. But we've got the parts for DO. I think that's the last part for DO to build. Here's its head and the nose cone that'll go on it. So this will be the head portion of it. And this is really, really thin, right? This is extremely thin and bendy because you're dealing with a cantilevered weight. So you need it to be light as much as possible. So yeah, I've got everything printed for that. I've got everything printed for chopper, for my little mini chopper, which is going to be probably like that big. In fact, here, let me show you. Well, we'll show you chopper in a little bit. Let's get the main part of the frame done here, and then I'll show you chopper because I think you'll like chopper. Let me move our frame around here. So you're looking front to back, which means we'll kind of just move our parts around a little bit here. So you'll see like front to back. So your front idler, once again, this is the B side, the left side, and your tensioning screw is at the low end, and this is going to slide over this part. Now, because you've got the guides, if you need to, you might need to loosen this up to get this to fit in there, or just kind of manhandle it, pop it on there like that, and then slide it forward. It should slide right over your T-nuts, and then you can use a pair of tweezers or a driver to get your T-nuts into position. I like to use tweezers because I can use that spring tension as it opens up to line up the T-nuts in the hole. And we'll do the top and then we'll flip it over and do the bottom because it's probably a little bit easier to do that. We're going to use our M5 by 10 button head cap screws. Oh yeah, Chopper is a little ornery, foul-mouthed droid, but he's cool. Yeah, and let's grab M5 by 10s and not M5 by 16s, which is what I just did. We'll put those back, and we'll grab the M5 by 10s that were right next to it. And we'll get these started. This will be our M3 driver, and based on where it's at, I'm going to need to use my ball-end driver. What I do? Oh, we're going to need to use the ball-end driver because I can't go straight down on these. So I'm going to take it and push it forward. So I want it right up against the front of the frame there. We'll just screw these down. And I'm going to twist the frame just to make it a little bit easier for me to do this side. Once again, it's a fairly tight fit there, but you should be able to, say, manhandle it a little bit to get up and over. If not, just loosen your screw up some. Come on. Nope. I may have snugged that one down a little bit more. So let's loosen this screw some. Give us the ability to spread it open a little bit more. Then we can drop it back down. Once again, we'll use our tweezers to get our screw holes lined up. Grab a couple more M5s or M5 by 10s. I'm going to once again hold it all the way forward so it's right up against the frame there. Hey Pez how you doing? We're going to flip this over now because I like making my life easier and trying to look up underneath and get things to line up and do screws is not easy. So we're just going to line both of these T-nuts to this part now. Same thing, we'll do M5 by 10s. Yeah, so I figured white frame would be good for adding some good pop of color. So when you think about a pop for pop of color, then of course we got to use Polymaker ASA Pop Blue and Pop Pink. I've been holding on to these for a while, waiting for the right build. So and yes, Pez I hope you're doing okay. Like I said, baby steps. So we've got these in. So both idlers are now installed, both top and bottom, and whoops, there we go, the browser window. And as it says right here on this part, Make sure you push it forward when you do it. We do both sides. And now we're going to hang the back. So let's flip this over again. And I'll turn it this way now. So we've got the back facing you all. Means I need to turn our motors around for this view. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take our motor side and we're going to kind of manhandle it over the rail. And if you can't, for whatever reason, oh, there we go. We could. We're going to slide this back. We're going to line up our first two peanuts. And we're going to do a pair of M5 by 10s on them. Once again, make sure you're pushed fully back up against the frame when you go to tighten these, because we'll need that for this rear alignment piece. So we got one side done. Now let's come over here and do the other side, and then we'll flip it over and do the underneath. Yeah, these ASA pop colors, like I said, I got them and I was like, oh, these should be cool for a build. And then I just had to figure out the right build to use them on. And I think using these on a white frame, it's really going to pop out and look really, really cool. So we've got that side. Now we're going to flip it over and do the bottom screws on these. And interestingly, okay, so one side, so it's M5 on this side and an M3. But on this other side, it's two M5s. So we're going to pull that one M3 out. Get this pulled out and put another M5 in there. So we are M5s on the B motor and an M5 and M3 on the A motor. Get everything lined up. We'll do our M5s over here, one M5 over here. Get these tightened down. Get one M5 over here tightened down, and then these on the other. 5x10 and 5x10 on this side, same 5x10 at the top, and we're not using the Hall effect. Now it's got me thinking. Used Is this the okay, that would be this piece that would go on here then. This would be um a an end stop for this side. I'm going to put in standard screws, and because I'm going to have to get this end stop prepped as far as getting wire soldered on there and pulled through. We'll hold off on installing this for just now with a note to we need to come back and install this. Um, notepad, where's the notepad? So this is the using notepads that don't have running. Itself, as it comes down, we'll hit that end stop, and that'll work for that. So we'll need to make note of that. And are we back? Because I did just see, there we go. Yes, we are. So I did just see that we had a network blip. Not sure what that was about, but welcome on back, everybody. So we do have a note to prep that end stop and get it done later. So I do not have wiring for this kit. I did order panels because this kit also did not come with panels, as you saw. So I did order a set of panels from KB3D. It's all polycarbonate panels, so that's good. And then 8. I'm going to put in an M3 by 10 there for now. It'll be a different size when we do the actual end stop. Sorry as I mumbled to myself there. So I did have to get panels through KB3D Chris, and I will also probably wind up getting the Lineo under the deck wiring harness for this. It does have CAN bus for the tool head, so I won't need to worry about that. But I will need to do the under deck wiring, so I'll just get the Lineo kit from KB3D like I normally do. But we will add that in stop pod in. I'm just going to have to build it out. Now we need to get our brace ready, and that's the piece that's going to go across here, right? Whoop. I guess I should do it this way. That'll be the piece that'll go across here. So I need to find which piece that would be. Be one of the two smaller pieces. And I'm saying it'll be two of the smaller pieces because this is a 350 build, so it's going to look a little bit different. I believe that will do it right there. That should be the bed and the X gantry, right? X gantry and the bed. Yep, good. Now I think I've got it figured out. Okay, so this one, we're going to need a bunch of M5 nuts in. So we're going to need 4 at the top and 6 at the bottom. Mostly at the ends, and the ones at the ends are going to be pointing towards the end with the holes. So we'll go ahead and get these prepped, and we'll figure out final hole place or placement for these once we put the bar in. Nick, welcome in. But yeah, Pez, I hope everything's doing well. Um, and you just take baby steps. Um, yeah, we're I've lost grandparents, but I haven't lost a parent. Well, I guess we lost my wife's dad and her best friend, but yeah, it's rough. These two in the middle, you don't want them to be right in the middle. Just leave them kind of spaced out a bit because there will be pieces that will support this to this bar, and we'll be able to roll those into place as we get there. And so now we're just going to slide this in place, kind of manhandle it between the parts. Might be able to slide it in from one direction. You open? Like, come on, work with me. Definitely don't want to break apart, so let me do the smart thing to loosen up a couple of screws. I can always retighten these, but if I break the part, then we're waiting to reprint things. That should give me enough flex now to flex this in. There we go. Now I can snug these back down. Good afternoon, Otter's Danger Den. Welcome in. We are working on a Trident 350 kit. So that's why it's kind of in large and in charge and everywhere. This thing is almost completely side to side on my workbench. Now, what we want to do is just try and, get this even side to side in the gap there. And then we'll line up our M5 T-nuts. And we'll do the same thing. We'll do the top on both sides, and then we'll flip it over and do the bottom. And these use our M5 by 10 screws. Just checking the gap visually. I know Steve Bills would probably be like, "Oh no, we got to break out the ruler and make sure that that gap is the same on both sides." Don't know if he's still hanging out there. He might call me out on it. Okay, so the top two are done. And we need to do the bottom. We'll just flip it over. We'll line up our M5 bolts. Oh, those were lined up. Once again, all of these screws that we're putting in right now are M5 by 10s. And I do have to say, other than these the Y cross rails being kind of a pain on this build, which, by the way, I would say is really due to the um, powder coating. These builds, I like them. They work. Um, I think the frame goes together. You get the motors in place a lot easier. I mean, I built plenty of 2.4s, and I like the 2.4 as well. But I just think the Trident builds a little easier because you don't have to deal with the frame and stuff. So here's the two upright parts, and what I need to do is find those parts. And there they are. Now these parts are kind of weird squiggly parts, for lack of a better term, because they're an offset. You might be able to tell that there is a lip here. There's a slight offset between the upright and the back. And that's to be expected, right? That is to be expected. It is designed that way. Yeah, Trident's definitely easier to build. And I want to say the 300 size Trident is a really good build size, and it gives you plenty of room when you're doing the electronics. The 350 is going to be a lot bigger. Well, not a lot. It's 50 millimeters bigger, front, back, side to side. The height will be the same, but that gives you a lot more area down here to work on your electronics when we get there, right? So that'll be pretty nice. Now, we just have to figure out which side these go on. Yeah, they look like the long edge goes down. There we go. That way. There we go. Okay. So, the offsets between the A and the B drive is offset inwards, blah, blah. Do the things there. Does it talk about M5 T-nuts on the vertical and M5 by 10 button head cap screws? That's what we need. So we'll do M5 by 10s. We'll line up these, do these, and then we'll do the sides. You have a 310 Trident, and it's perfect. A 310 Trident. That's one. Make this one easier. I'm going to line it up on the actual T-nut instead of trying to line the T-nut up with it. We'll just scoot that over. Sure it's flush. Tighten that down. Now we'll do some T-nuts here with the hole facing the up, which is down in this orientation. Yeah, I did that back. Meaning just these two pieces I've got rotated wrong. Leave this. Yeah, because the rear rail here sits inboard of the rear piece, so for the frame. There we go. This one down here and get it in the right spot. Perfect. Once you put it back together, yeah. Custom to get a 310. Built it as a V1.8. Much cheaper to use a CR10 bed. Gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense. We're using a different bed. So we've got the upright in place now. Now you just put an upright in place, which means you've got pieces here. Now check for square. That would have been easier to do like after I pulled one of these out, then check for square. And made the so if we're square on one side, then we'll be square on the other side. So let me undo this, loosen this up. And we'll just slide this out of the way. Grab a 1, 2, 3 block and we'll check. Yeah, yeah, we're square. We're square. No, it's hip to be square. At least that's what I've heard. And they say it's 175 millimeters. That would be if you are a 250. So add 50, which would be 225. And that's actually what I measured when I made sure I was centered side to side was 225. So yay, we're centered. So we've got our frame done. We've got our pieces done. We have the assembly upside down. So now we get to start working on doing our Y rails here. And before we do that, that means we're ready for rails, which means we're ready for what? Anybody? Anybody? I know Liz knows. Need that fit. Time to lube our rails, folks. Time to lube our rails. Now, you're going to want us to do the Y-axis first. Yeah, Bueller. Euler. So our y-axis is our very long skinny rails. The x-axis are going to be our really long regular rails. And this is actually a 12, 8, so an MGN 12 H carriage 400 millimeter, supposedly size. I don't believe that's 400, but it's actually it could be for the 350. Yep, those are 400s with a Z1 on the whatchamacallit setting. Yep, time to get out the gloves. And we do need to get out the gloves because I'm surprised oil just didn't drip out of that. These are nasty feeling. Huh. I'm going to go ahead and do the X as well, and we'll probably need to do the Z's, but I'll just do these three first, and then we'll bring the Z's up and get them prepped as well while we're here, because I should have had my gloves on before I started taking them out of the package. We'll get our gloves out, we'll get our EP2 grease out, and we'll grab another tube because I'm not sure how long this one will last, if it'll last for all this or not. There's that one. There's a spare one if we need it. Okay. Bit of a mess to grease. It can be. Part of it depends on how much, I'll say, crud is already on the rails or in the rails. And these feel like they are, they're normally packed with some type of lubricant on them to protect them in shipping, especially if they're coming from overseas. So you will see me do a little bit of cleaning on these. And I'm going to start by DFH. I'm going to remove the carriage completely because I am going to quote unquote degrease these rails a bit. They are extra goopy and sloppy. So we're just going to try and get some of that off. And I do put another protective layer back on these later on. After I get them built and on, these should be hopefully stainless steel rails. But the amount of goop and crud on these rails is just nasty. To the point where when you feel them, it almost feels like you've been in a house of a chain smoker or somebody that's never cleaned the grease vents on their stove. So we'll go ahead and get all three of these done up. And like I said, I will definitely go in and we're going to re-grease um, the carriages, but I'm also going to put a little bit of PTFE oil and wipe down um, the rails with a PTFE oil once we're done. Now, technically, I should be spraying IPA in here. I'm really not like it wasn't a grease, it was definitely a oil that they had on these. So I'm not going to worry too much about them other than like I said, you can probably see here if I can get the light to reflect how much oil is sitting on that carriage right there. That's why I'm trying to wipe this stuff off, is to get all that excess oil off before we actually start putting on some good EP2 Mobilux grease in here. Okay, so now that we've got those cleaned up, it's time for some, this is Mobilux EP2 that I get from KB3D. And I just put a bead right along the balls on both sides of the carriage. And then using a finger, I will push it into the balls in the racetrack along the side. And then, normally without knocking a ball out already, I will move them through the race to get that grease down into the race. So I'm just trying to push that grease in and amongst the balls and then push the balls down through the race to get that grease down into the races. And if you knock a ball out, one, the grease is going to help keep it right here so it doesn't go flying. The paper towel is my second line of defense to keep stuff from going flying. But we're going to do this once or twice just to get our bearings nice and lubricated, get those races nice and lubricated. See me try and do is just move one or two balls at a time through the race. That's a little bit easier and less prone to having balls go flying out. But once again, as you're moving these balls, the grease is going to get into that race and moved around in there. So I tend to do like 2 rounds of these on brand new rails. If I take a rail off, kind of like we did on the 2.4, I may only do 1 coat just to add some additional grease in there. And technically, if you've got a good quality carriage, then you can undo the screws on the end, pull the end stop off, and there should be a grease zerk there that you can squirt grease in that gets into the bearings. I've never really played around doing that. I've always done it this way just simply because I've had too many times where I go through the hassle of trying to pull the end cap off and then find out that the grease zerks are closed up on a cheap rail, and I'm right back to square one doing it manually this way anyhow. So I've seen people that have soaked these in IPA and then blown them out with, with a little bit of compressed air. I've seen people that have taken them completely all the way 100% apart, which is an option as well. I do try and get some of the excess off here because otherwise it's just scooping up on your rail, and it's really at that point, if it's gooping up on your rail way too much, then all you're doing is just spreading it around into your printer and giving dust particles and stuff a place to stick to. So this is where putting your finger down here and trying to push in both sides of these springs will keep your balls from popping out. If they do, back up a little bit. And pop it back in. I know this is kind of an iffy way of doing things. The better way would be to have either a printed or the plastic carriage things that you would slide your carriage off onto while you worked on your rail. Now, when I do this, I'm going to put a little bit of side load on it on each side as I run it through there the first few times, because that will force the balls to engage and roll around through everything. And that will be the first one. Now also, really the only place you need the grease is in the track here, this channel. Any grease you have on the side here, underneath the rail, all that's going to do is just sit there. It's not going to lubricate a darn thing. And if anything, it could cause other problems, like I said, as you get dirt collected on there. So that's why I try and wipe that off as much as possible, any of that excess. And then once again, make sure to put your end stops back on, your little bump stops. And don't do the last one. I normally go into the second one because you're going to start and you're going to do every other hole with a screw starting at the end. You always want to leave yourself one there. So now start working on the other one. And if you're afraid of taking your rails completely off or your carriages completely off the rail, don't worry, don't fret. The other thing you can do is pull the carriage like halfway off and then go through and do the same thing. You're just working on half the carriage at a time. You'll work through getting some grease in there, and then you'll go through and you'll put it back on the rail, work it some to get those balls moving around, pull it back off, put some more grease, and you just keep going through adding grease. But just take your time, go slow, be careful, and you'll be successful in lubricating up your rails and getting all of your make sure all your balls are staying in there too. Always a good thing. The balls come out, just put them back. Once again, you just want to make sure that you're packed full of grease. You can always wipe off the excess, but if you don't get a lot in there, especially on a high temp printer, that's the reason we're using things like Mobilux, is if you go in there with a light oil or a light grease and you don't get them, I'll say, greased up well, you can actually have an issue down the road where as things heat up, the grease and the oil can cook off in that high temp environment. And at that point, you're no longer lubricating your rails. You are getting down to metal on metal and having problems. And I did that with a set of needle bearings and an extruder on my ender. So get to the end and you've got a little bit of grease, that's fine. If you see any balls in that grease or you have balls on your finger, stop, pull it back off, and solve that problem. Always have plenty of paper towels here so that you can clean things up. wipe off the excess as you're getting things started here. And then once again, put a little bit of side load because that's going to force those balls to roll around in the racetrack and really get that grease in there. Not a lot, just eat a little bit. And work your carriage up and down. Make sure everything's sliding smoothly. Don't pop it off your rail either. That would be bad. So there's two. Once again, put your end stop pieces back on there in the second hole. Now we'll do our X, which will be a little bit, I'll say a little bit easier because the balls are a little bit bigger in here because it's a bigger rail size and carriage size. So dealing with probably the one that's the biggest pain in the tuchus is when you're dealing with the MGN7s, because those balls are very, very tiny. The ball bearings are very, very tiny, and they're real easy to pop out and not notice it. And then you're kind of, I don't want to say chasing them because I've yet to have them pop off and completely leave the bench, but they're just a little bit more of a pain in the tuchus to work with. Once again, I'm just getting the grease and I'm pushing it in around the balls and in the exposed race. And then I will move the ball bearings around in the race, and that will help to get it into the race and all the way through the carriage. Lubrication helps the balls glide around, and it also removes some of that heat as it's doing such under the tension that we'll have the rails on, or the carriages under with the belt. And it helps dissipate the heat. Yeah, zip tie will work as well until you try and put it on the linear rail, because then you won't have a flat surface as you're mounting the linear rail. They would have to come off while you're putting your screws in. But then another thing that you could do once you're actually starting to mount it, and you have to remove those zip ties to mount it and get it flush to the extrusion, would be to add an extra screw at the end that's not screwed in all the way, that will act as a bump stop until you get a dedicated end stop piece in place. There's our Y and our X rails. And while we're at it, we have everything out. We've got our hands already gooped up anyhow. Let's go ahead and do our 3Z rails because we're going to probably get to these before we do the X carriage, if I remember right. Once again, plenty of packing oil on these. Once again, like before, we're going to take the end stops off. Wipe this stuff down with some IPA. Get that original oil off of it. Okay. You start on these now. Lopez, did you let Zombie know that we were lubing? And we're just pushing that grease into the balls in the race. And then we'll use our tweezers just to move a couple of balls at a time through the race to get it moving around. Hey there, zombie. How's it going? I wasn't sure if they told you that we were lubing now. We got our Y rails done and Y and X rail done. Now we're working on our Z rails. Just trying to get these packed. They had plenty of, we'll say, craptacular shipping oil in them, and not any real grease in them. We're trying to solve that fat now. Okay? I'm doing these for the like MGN 12 rails. A lot easier than the 9s and 7s. Like I said, 7s are just all kinds of a pain in the butt. 9s aren't too bad. Yes, you did well, Liz. Thank you. And how's the tap changer going, zombie? What I wanted to ask is, I know that you've got two tools going, but were you doing any more tools? Did you have intention of doing more tools, or was there um, some changes happening? Really needs new docks. Okay, so yeah, I thought I saw something about some new files coming. I just didn't know. These are working really good now. Like I said, when I mount these, I tend to put a little bit of PTS, PTFE based oil. I'll put them on the rail and then I'll wipe the rail down. So it's just adding a little bit of lubrication to the rail itself. And that's basically to keep the rail itself from um, rusting. Now, this is supposed to be stainless steel, but once again, I have no idea if these are, what kind of rails these are. They say they're stainless steel. They're branded DFH, but I have no idea where he's getting them from. So can't say that they're like pre-lubricated rails from LDO or KB3D. And even then, I've had people that have taken pre-lubed rails and completely washed them out and redone them, repacked them. Your mileage may vary. Your mileage may vary, and it's up to you how much time and effort you want to put in now versus later. And I prefer to put in some time right now because if not, and I find a rail that's rusting, or worse yet, a rail that's making all kinds of noise, which means that it's probably rusted or I've got a bad bearing. By that point, it's too late. And not only are you having to go in and do some surgery, but when you do that, you're having to take the gantry apart, the rail apart, whatever motion system apart to get to the rail. Then you find that the bearings are shot. And when the bearings are shot and you're starting to hear the screeching from it, you've also ground grooves into your linear rail. So you're swapping the entire linear rail out. A little bit of time up front, protect yourself from some pain later on. Okay. I didn't have to get into a new syringe yet. That's cool. There. Next time, we'll pop these two on. Okay, so we should have a full set of rails now. Now we're going to have to just figure out where to put them while we start doing some stuff. We clean up a couple of things real fast, and then we'll keep going on the build. Things back so we know where to find them. Coffee. Okay, and we're going to put in the Y linear rails. So let's get our printer back up here. Once again, the three smaller ones here are Z. The two longer, skinnier ones are our Y. And the thick chongus is our X. And so what we're going to need to do is we're going to mount our Y rails. And we want to do every other hole. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are going to be M3. We're going to orient the front half towards the front, the back half towards the back as far as the holes go. So we'll need 5 facing the front. And then we'll have 5 facing the back. We'll figure out the spacing on these once we put the rail up here. Okay. So we've got our 10 M3 nuts in here. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to take one of our rails and just lightly set it on the rail or on the extrusion right next to where we're going to be working. So we can start pulling our M3 T-nuts into position. And I'm going to do one more here in the center. So basically, we're going to do the two middle ones and then every other one out to the ends. Now we're just going to set this down and we're going to grab our M3x8. Grab a handful of these. 2.5 driver. We're just going to start getting our screws started. We don't want them to be tight. We just want them beneath the top of the linear rail. That's going to allow us to move our carriage around some, and we need to, we can move our linear rail just a little bit one way or the other to get things fully lined up. Now, there is some debate whether or not you could see like the fact that you got every other hole, or if there's a gap in your holes, in your input shaping and stuff. I say there's a debate because I've heard some people that have said you can. I personally haven't been able to, but that doesn't mean that it's not a fact. Then we've got our spacer pieces here. We're just going to put them, I'm actually going to kind of put them in the middle here and then work my way out some as we start to snug things down. We'll just keep sliding them over. And all I'm going to do is snug these down from the front to the back. I'm not going to ugga-dugga them just yet. You just want to keep moving front to back, side to side. Make sure that these are as straight as possible. And move these rail stops now because there's no way those rails are coming off. Okay. Once again, we're going to come back and get lined up. Now that we've got everything initially down, and we're going to put a little bit more behind this as we tighten this rail down now. Once again, moving from the inside out. And that's one Y rail done. Then we'll flip the printer around and we'll do the other side. Again, start loading up our M3 nuts. We're going to need 11 now. And once again, we'll put our rail up here on the extrusion and use that and our tweezers just to start lining up initially all of our T-nuts. So Zombie, have you ever done an ERCFA or have you only used the AMS? Have you done like an ERCFA or a trad rack or any of the other MMUs? I know I've done an MMU2 before on a Prusa Mark III. That's over at Evil Diesel's house right now. And then I want to do the MMU3, but I want to do the version for the Mark IV. Right? I don't want to do the version for a Mark III because, well, I want it to really work with my Mark IV. I've got the trad rack that I'm going to rebuild with the latest version of the parts and with the right color scheme to match the K3. And then this printer comes with parts for a 6-cart ERCFA. And I've got 2 different upgrade kits, one coming from FISEC and the other coming from like Salid Lab, something like that, from Ollie. And once those get here, I'll work on getting that done for this build. So I'll try and have an ERCFA, a trad rack, a an ERCFA, a trad rack, and a MMU as well as a black box. So at some point I hope to have like the entire trifecta of, well, I won't have a chameleon yet, but or I guess a SMUF or the AMS. Hey, the Mucka 23, how's it going? This will be a very large print bed. This is a 350 size Trident. So yes, this is going to be a very large print bed. So we did both of our Y rails now. We've used the center rail guides or the rail installation guides for both sides. Screen keeps going blank on me. And now it's ready for the X-axis. I'm doing well. Doing well. Like I said, we've just been kind of trucking along. So the X-axis, we've got a Z left and a Z right at the front, and then a Z rear. And it looks like we want to start doing some heat sets on the cable chain mount. We see what all we have to do. Looks like just that one. We're going to do the 3. And that's the other thing I didn't notice in this kit was any cable chain. So I may have to get me some cable chain or locate some of the spare cable chain that I have. Not that big of a deal. Just something I will need to do. That up. Let me grab this. I don't need to grab that part, which I've been trying not to step on this whole time. And the other thing I'll need to pay attention to is the printed parts versus this, I'll say the kinematic parts, because this does come with a kinematic bed kit. So I need to be cognizant of that as well. Because I'm not sure if I'll even use this part in that kinematic bed kit. Look that up real. Which kit is this that we got for the kinematic bed? Stuff over there. Because I know there's a couple of different kinematic bed kits. That's why we need to figure out which one we got. So we got the Whopping Orchard kinematic bed kit. And that's where I said I needed to figure out what actual pieces of the printed parts I use or if I need any different printed parts. So Whopping Orchard. V2 kinematic, yeah, from Whopping. Sorry, I'm looking at the directions right now to try and figure out. So this is the GitHub page for the Whopping Brawn mods. That's the V2 kinematic mount. What about the Trident kinematic? Trident assembly. Move bed assembly from rail. And right now, what I'm trying to figure out is if it just goes on to the same printed parts. And it looks like it's the parts that go on the bed rail itself that are different. And they will still go on this. Okay, that's what I was looking for, is if they still go on the same printed carts, then we're good for now. And getting the Z assembly put together without any issues. So we will follow that though once we start to get going here. So for now, we do need to come back over here and just continue on with doing our heat set inserts. But there will be some printed parts that I won't use now because we're going to be doing the kinematic mount versus the standard printed part bed mounting. So this is a white frame that we got from DFH. This was we'll say a kit of kits. So it was an upgrading kit that was based off of, or a Trident kit that was based off of a series of sub kits that were put together and provided at a decent discount during the holiday season. So that's when we picked this up. The like I said, I didn't see any cable chain in there. Let me double and triple check that statement. And with no cable chain, I will have to reuse some of my cable chain. Yes, no cable chain. It does have an ECRF kit, so we will have a ECRF kit that we can use. We have an upgrade coming for that ECRF kit. So that means we will be using, or we will be not building an ECRF 1, but we'll use the parts from that kit, and then we will be building a ECRF 2. So looking at this, we're going to start by installing some motor mount. So we're going to, which way are we going? We're going this way. We're going to start by, looks like installing the rear motor mount here. So grab those parts, motor mount. And once again, our color scheme here is pop pink and pop blue, Polymaker ASA. So we're going to have 2 at the top and then 2 on the side here. And these are all going to be M5s. And the holes are pointing away from the center. And I said M5s and then grabbed M3. This is going to slide in there and we will get our peanut centered. And I'll work on the bottom two here in a second. M5 by 10s. Five by 10s use 3mm screws. I'm making sure to pull this back the whole time to make sure that it's properly centered and all the way back. And we'll flip it over just because it's easier this way now to put these in place. Couple more M5 by 10s. Okay, looks like rail safety. So we're going to install our first rail. So let me be mindful of my rails here. Put this back down like that. And we do have our rail stops on here, but our rails are going to sit right up in there. And it looks like it's going to be pushed all the way down to the actual mount top. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So these are back to our M3s. We'll have 4 running down, 4 running up, meaning our holes will be facing up at the top half and down in the bottom half. Hey, Pete, how's it going? We are in the build process for the Trident. And as you can see, we're starting to work on our Z rails. And so what I'm doing now is just getting my M3 T-nuts lined up in the appropriate spot for my rails. And sit these over and get these started now with some M3 by 8 screws. And I'm putting these on loose for now, just enough that they're beneath the top of the rail, so I still have some wiggle room if I need to wiggle and line some things up a little bit better. So Pete, I know you're a little bit late getting here today, but this is the Trident 350 build. This is a DFH set of sub-kits or sub-assemblies. So we're going to call it a kit of kits, meaning it had the linear rail kit, it had a motor kit, it had a frame kit, but it's not like an all-in-one like an LVO motors. More of a smattering of parts that were put together. And I say that because there were certain things like a like panels. There's no panels with this, so I needed to have some panels cut, and so I had KB3D Chris cut me some panels for this, and make sure that it's fully flushed down here against the mount. My things pushed down, and I will start tightening down from the inside out. Making sure that everything stays centered. So I did have to get a set of rails, which I did get, which isn't that hard, or not rails. Sorry. I gotten some back panels, and then I'm finding there's a couple of other things I'll probably need, like cable chain and stuff like that, that I'll need to get a few more things to complete this build. But that, I expected that. I knew that was going to happen, so not a big deal. It does come with a Dragonfly BMO hot end, but I can go with that, or I can put something else that I have in stock in it. The nice thing is I get to change things up as I see fit. Right now, we're going to put an end stop on, and we're going to use an M3x8 socket head screw and a T-nut. Now you could, if you wanted to, use a roll-in T-nut here as well, but in doing so, it's going to be visible where the T-nut won't be. So it's just your preference. Okay, so that one's on there. Why it doesn't tell me just to put the truck on there now, I don't know, but okay, we'll play. So now we're going to do, looks like the front left. Be doing the front left one next. So we'll split this upright. We will mount our base, and the way you can tell left and right is the Voron logo goes towards the front. That's the way you can tell your left and right. Make sure that you're putting it in the right spot. We'll need 4 of our M5 T-nuts. Looks like an opposing operation. So meaning the ones closest to the center hub go with the holes facing the center. The other ones will go with the holes facing out. And once again, that's for aesthetics so that they're not visible. Really all it's out there. Use our tweezers to get everything in line. And once again, we're going to use our M5x10 screws here. Make sure it's pulled tightly into the corner there. Um, yeah, I've done a few of these, so it is a little bit easier. I'm going to kind of jump around. I'm going to go ahead and do the other front mount first because it's going to tell me to mount this rail next, probably. No, maybe it does tell me. That's still the left side. Set it up in 5x10s, and that wants you to do the rail. I'm going to do the other front and get that mounted first. That way I can set it down and do both rails at the same time. And what I'm going to do is my plan is I've got some wire here, but it's not like a full up wire harness. And I think it's designed um, for the ECRF build. So what I'm going to do is what I normally do on these kits if it's an LDO kit, I've got the wiring in the bag, right? The wiring comes with LDO. But in this case, what I'm going to do is Lineo makes an under the deck wiring kit for Vorons, and that's what I'm going to do is get one of those, and that's what I used for Huey's build, for Fey Dragon, for my other Trident, which were all built from self-source parts versus the LDO kit, which was the um, Kyber Dragon, which is right behind me. And that one, oh yeah, oh yeah, I bet you Steve could. I bet you Steve could, especially a Trident. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to set this down on the front face because our linear rails are going to go along this front edge or the rear of the front facing. So this will make our lives easier for placing our rails. And once again, we used what, 4 in each direction. So fact, Steve was here for a while earlier, keeping tabs on me, making sure I was building it right. Steve won't let me build it wrong. That's for sure. Not a Trident. He might let me build a 2.4 wrong, but not a Trident. One down. Okay, so we're going to set this right next to our rail and put it all the way down at our base here. We'll grab our tweezers and we'll just line up our peanuts. We'll just slide that over and it's back to doing our M3 screws. And once again, this first pass is just getting the screws lined up, and then we'll be able to align everything on the rail, and then we'll come back and we'll start screwing it in. And this is driving me nuts. I don't know if you guys can tell if you see like a change in the light. But what's happening is I did a update on my drivers, my video drivers, and for whatever reason, my screen, the thing that kills me is both my screens are the exact same screen, right? They're AOC 27-inch monitors. The one on the right that has OBS up has been staying on, hasn't flickered, hasn't changed. The one on the left is the one that I have the instructions up on right now that's showing in the bottom right of your screen. And that's the screen that keeps like going off and blinking. It drives me nuts why it only does it on one side and not both. Not that I would like both to do it either, but it just drives me nuts. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take off the bottom one because there's no chance of this coming off the bottom. I'm going to make sure that I am pushed down right to the top of our piece here. No gap. We're going to go right to the end, and we're going to go back to our MGN9 rail pieces. We're going to use that to center our rails. Start in the middle. Snug these down. Slide them out. Go to the next one. Slide them out again. And do these. You can come down and get the last one in. Now we're going to go ahead and pop this off, and we're going to do our top pin stop here. So once again, a M8 screw and a M8 T-nut, or M8 an M3 by 8 screw and an M3 T-nut. Yikes. Let's start it on there. Drop it on the ground. Because we got to drop at least something on the ground each stream. Get that in there. Try and hold it down as tight as we can against the rail. Tighten it down. And there's one side. Now we're going to flip the printer around and we'll do the other side. So we've already got our base plate on, so we don't need to worry about those two. And now we're just going to do our T-nuts. Oh wait, I've already got my T-nuts there. I'm going to grab my rail. And we're going to lay that right up next to it. All the way down at the bottom here. And then we're just going to take our tweezers and move our M3 rolling T-nuts down into position. We just slide this over. We'll start putting in our M3 by 8s. Once again, we're not tightening these all the way down yet. We're just getting them beneath the top of the rail. We can slide our carriage around some. It'll give us the ability to move our rail some if we need to for fine tuning and adjustments. Yes, Steve, I think Peterson is his last name, Peterson or Patterson, is the designer of the Trident. Which is why he's the Trident Whisperer. And which is why his preference will always be Trident, but any of the Vorons, he's built all the Vorons. So I think he's got like 3 or 4 of the V0s. So it's not like he's Trident and there shall ever only be a Trident. It's, he is a Voron guy. Okay, we'll remove that bump stop. Grab an M3 by 8. And an M3 T-nut. Yeah, Pete, it's a pretty big community. And there's so many different printers. Like I was just sitting there looking at a new printer that I saw on Twitter, X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And it's by PE, was it Polar something? Can't remember what. And it looks like it's a cross XY gantry, like a K3. It's a 235, so it's very similar to, it's kind of like the smaller size of a, um, whatchamacallit, a VZ bot. It's Core XY like the K3. It's got, I've seen it with both a, it's a triple lead screw, kind of like a K3 as well, but I've seen it with triple lead screw a la tried it, and I've seen a version of it with triple belt a la K3. But it's an open source design, not that any of the others mentioned are not open source, that's being developed right now. So I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. So this, yes, we still do the 3 trucks. So let's go ahead and grab our other trucks out of here. Looks like we'll need our accent piece, our truck, our other accent piece, our other truck. And so on our trucks, we've got an M5 nut that we're going to put in here. So let's grab our M5, put that in there. And then our pretty piece goes on top, and we'll put down 3 M3 by 6 button head screws. Need our 2.0 driver. Get this lined up here. And these are screwing into printed part holes, or should be. They're directly into the printed part. Make sure that when you're going in straight. And as soon as you feel resistance, when you've bottomed out, stop. If you keep going, you're not going to torque it down anymore. What you're going to do is you're going to strip the plastic, and then you're going to be reprinting parts. So make sure you get these lined up and try and drive them straight down. Okay, so there's one. Now we'll do the other, same way. M5. Drop down in there. So M5, drop down in there. Take the printed piece that matches the truck pattern there. Pop in our M3 screws. And like I said, make sure you're going straight up and down. screw lined up and then going straight up and down, and it will thread in better that way. There's those two trucks down. Now here's where let me see. These are for the, yes, these are for the lead screws. And I think, oh, it's weird. So the kit came with three of these loose in the box, right? The half size palm style T-nuts. The motor kit also came with three palm nuts, but these are the fully round palm T-nuts. I believe these are the ones we want to use. Every time I've tried to substitute these in, it's a different hole pattern that does not work. So be cognizant of that. They are a different hole pattern, so just beware. That, and I don't think we're using the, I don't think we're doing the, yeah. We're not using the spring and the actual anti-backlash. We're just going to use the palm nut. And we're going to put these in with M3 by 12 socket head cap screws. And 3 by 12 socket head cap screws and some M3 lock nut. And we're using lock nuts because, as it says, you do not want to fully tighten. You do need a little bit of wiggle room. Three of my palm nuts, 6 of those, and I need the 6 of the locking M3 nuts. So we're going to take these, and they go in from the bottom. No, probably going to be the bottom. So they go in from the colored side. We're going to go ahead and stick those in, and then from the opposite direction, we're going to run screws down, and the screws are going to go flush with the cart side. So we're going to stay flush with the cart side there. I have a feeling that was good. So we get these in there. get our M3 lock nuts started. Will help to keep these in place. I used the right screwdriver, it helped. One's in place. Now, at some point, I ought to get a wrench that fits these little suckers. But for now, I just always use my needle nose pliers, hold two sides, and bring it down. Once again, we don't want to fully tighten it down, so be aware of that. I think we do want it to wiggle around a little bit, not like a huge amount, but a little bit. Okay. And that fell out. I'm sure that will fall out again and again and again on me. Come in from the bottom. Screws come in from the top in line with the front side where our truck would be. Go side to side. Okay. Those two are there. They wiggle a little bit. Probably still too much. Basically, you want it just to have a slight bit of play because that's going to help out later on. Okay, so we have those two done. Rear side is going to be very similar. We're going to put this in, line it up front to back, same way. Screws go through. And lock nuts. And that's the other thing too, by the way, is the round palm nuts. They they are made to have nuts at the end, at the other side, like screw bolt with a nut. The other palm nuts that are like half moon shape, or not half shape, but the slot are threaded. So you'd be actually threading through the palm itself. And I don't know, threading through palm, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be a very strong connection. A little bit of wiggle there. We will go ahead and add an M5 nut here. Probably have to be playing with these later as they keep falling out, but so be it. We got them out here. I guess I could always put a little dab of super glue in there on them as well. This is showing you where they're going to be installed, and then we're going to be told to install them using M3 by 12. And that is the front left. Go ahead and put this upright for you. I'm going to take these three and just kind of set them to the side for a moment. So our front left truck will be this one. And like I said, that M5 nut's going to keep dropping out, so I'm just going to pull it out for now. So the outside of the truck doesn't have a return face on it. So the return face is on the inside, if that makes sense. So we're going to go like this, where our lead screw comes over to the inside to line up with our motor. So we're going to need 4 M3 by 12s per truck. Just going to work these in a crossing pattern. Make sure that I get them lined up. And once again, you don't tighten these down until you have all 4 in and partly snugged up. Then you'll go back in and tighten them down in a crossing pattern. But you want to make sure that they're all 4 seated before you tighten them down. And these are, I am putting these into ASA, and so I am not putting any Loctite on these at this point because I don't know if the Loctite will have an adverse effect with the ASA. I do know that it has issues with ABS, and it will deteriorate your ABS, causing it to crack and fail over time. I was hoping that would be a better camera angle. Once again, I'm just doing these in a crossing pattern so that I can get them all aligned and make sure that they're all aligned on that screw. going in straight. Then we'll torque them down a bit with some ugga-duggas. And once more, we're going to do the back. And the back goes in with M3x8s. So a little bit thinner ones. Turn this around here like this for you guys. Once again, we've got our rear one here, M3x8s, and our cable chain goes over on the left side here. Okay. So once again, my M5 nuts all fall out. They didn't stay in. I could add some super glue, or I can just put them over here and just know when I go to do the bed mount that I need to get the M5 underneath there, because that's what the bed mount's going to be screwing into. Or I guess if I really wanted to, I could put the M5 in there and put a little piece of tape underneath it to hold it in place. Now it wants us to flip the printer upside down. We'll see all of our trucks fall down. And so I think that's what I'm going to do is I can either put a little drop of super glue in there, or I can just put a little bit of tape over it so that it can't fall out. We'll do a little bit of tape. And make sure it's visible for me so I don't forget that I put it on there. Hopefully that'll work for us. Now that we've got our printer upside down, it's going to be time to install our motors. So the 3 motors come with, I love this, palm nuts. So you've got a choice. You've got the brass palm nuts, you've got the, you got the brass nuts, you've got the palm nuts, and then you get an extra pair of anti-backlash nuts that we're not going to use because we're just not going to use them. Now, when this goes down in there, the motor wire needs to come out front to back, not towards the middle, but it looks like there's the rail comes out, so our motor wire is going towards the same direction as our rail. So we're hitting the palm nut here. We're not to our thing, so we're just going to start turning it down into our palm nut. Bring our motor down. And then we will put in 3x12s in to secure our motor. Same thing as before, we're just going to go in a crossing pattern. Snug it up initially, and then we'll come back and crank on them a bit. There's one, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to do all three. It does say to apply a thin layer of grease. It feels like there may be something already on here. But at the same time, what I'll do is these will be all the way at the top. I will add a little bit of PTFE lubricant. This will be a little bit of 3-in-1 PTFE oil that I will run down through here, and then just a little bit, because palm nuts should be self-lubricating. We're going to do all three motors now. And 3x12s again. And one last one. And I believe this last one is pointing towards the middle. And M3 by 12s again. Okay. Now we're going to put feet on it because we're going to need some feet before we can flip it back up and over. So our feet parts. Is it me or does it feel like we're making a lot more progress really quick now? M3 by 6. I'm going to set this down right now just to make it easier to see what we're working on. Pick that back up here in a second. So everybody still with me or did we take off? A few people here. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so we're going to need our M3 by 6 button head screws. We're going to need 3 for each foot. Okay, so we're going to assemble the feet. We're going to start with the bottoms and we're going to place our accent pieces on there, and they'll only go on one way. So if you try a foot and it doesn't look like things are lining up, just try a different foot because you have basically like A and B mirrors of each other. So, and then once again, these are going to be screws into plastic. So make sure you're lined up straight and go slow so you feel it bite in. Don't don't do them all the way down to start with. Get them partially there so that you can make sure and get all of your corners lined up and started. Then come back and do them at the end. Hey, Liz, Mr. Wizix, thank you. Thank you. Glad everybody's still hanging around and still enjoying the stream. And then we can tighten these down. And once again, we're going into plastic. So there's no need to really like crank these down for all the wind. We're just going into plastic. These are just pretty feet, pretty parts to make the feet stand out. But we're going to do this to all 4 feet. And like I said, if you go to put it on there and it doesn't line up, no big deal. That means it's not designed for that particular foot. Try a different one. Nope, which means it's going to go on this one. And it'll all line up. So you can't get them wrong. And when you get them right, you'll have 2 done each way. Hey, Chris is back. How's it going, Chris? Hope your Saturday is going okay. We got Mrs. Dragon back for the weekend. Gotta check and see if she's going back up to Virginia on Monday or not. No, she's still working. So here's a question for you, Chris. On lead screws that you're using palm nuts on, do you put any grease on those at all? Any grease or any PTFE oil, any lubricant? Or do you just let the palm, I'll say, break itself in and self-lubricate? Kiss the Dragon. Gotcha. Yes, that's an interesting thing to this kit is it had a set of the full round palm nuts that were in with the motor kit, right? And then it had a full set of palm nut that were just the straight edge, so the 2-hole straight edge that don't line up, that are threaded, that we know don't work. And then it also had the brass lead screw nuts on the lead screw. So I was like, oh wow. So I got my choice of 3 different lead screw nuts. I went with the palm and the full circle palm because I know the others don't work. Don't ask me how I know. And it looks like we're going to get ready to install these on the printer. So we're going to bring the printer back up. And in what orientation? So we're going to bring the printer back up here. Once again, it's sitting on its head. Rear in the back, front up here. And that's going to be critical because we're putting M3 and M5 nuts in specific locations. So the M5s go along the side rails. Trying to see what the orientation, it looks like the holes are going towards the towards the middle. Guess I should probably raise you guys up here for this. So we're setting it up so that the holes are coming towards the middle for these M5s that we're putting on the side. And then the M3s will be on the front and rear edge. Whoops, that one in wrong. You're telling you guys the right way to put them in, and then I put one wrong in while I'm sitting here talking. And then we'll need our M3s, and it looks like they are pointing towards the inside as well. And once again, that's for aesthetic reasons. And well, I say for aesthetic reasons, and also to prevent issues with other parts that are going to get installed. Because you may have a spot where another part butts up against it. And if you've got the tail end sticking out, it may not allow the other part to mount right. Okay, so with that set up, your corners will really only go in one way. You'll have a M5 hole and an M3 hole. The M3 hole will be towards the front or rear, where the M5 is going to be facing the back. So we just need to get these holes lined up. Well lined up. So the M5, we're gonna be able to come in straight from the top, but the M3, we're gonna have to come in at an angle. So we might have to grab our standard M3 and give me 1 second for my screen to come back. We're gonna use an M5 by 10 button head over here. I'm just gonna get that kind of put in the part and then set the part down. Remove my M3 from the top. Get that on the head first. Oh, there we go. Okay, we need to get our M3 lined up. And we're going to use an M3 by 8 socket head. Once again, we're going to grab our ball end wrench so we'll be able to come in at the angle here. Get it? Get that screwed down in there. Hopefully, please. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep turning this around so hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing now. So on this one, once again, we need a M3 towards the front, M5 in the back. I'm just going to work on getting these peanuts lined up. M3 by 8 goes down here in the front. Have to come into it at an angle. And then our M5 by 10 goes into the back here. Come down through the top side and into it. And we'll keep turning it around and doing one corner at a time. So on this corner, we'll have the M5 at the front, M3 at the back. Probably going to be a little bit easier to get things lined up since we don't have a motor in the way. And we'll put our M5 in there. Just get that started in the hole. Get our screwdriver down through the top. Lined up, make sure we're on there. Screwed in, get our M3 lined up. Let's get us an M3 by 8. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Just know that if you crank one down really hard, you might not be able to get the other one lined up. So you might want to get it partially down and then work on getting the other one lined up. Still feels like it's not lining up. So. And I don't know about you guys, but I have had T-nuts that have not been threaded. So I've literally been sitting here trying to get a T-nut going in, going, why is this not working? Why is this not working? Only to realize that the T-nut does not have a thread in it, which, mind you, is annoying. And one last one. Once again, we will have M5 on one side and an M3 on the other. Five by 10. Crank that down all the way. Get my M3 up here and get it started. Come on now. Oh, there we go. Now, what do we have left? We're going to put some feet on with some M5 16s and some more M5 nuts. 4 nuts. 4 M5 by 16s, and then we just find our 4 feet that they sent us. 3, where's the 4th one at? So M5 nut comes up from underneath. What goes on top? Stick our M5 by 16 screw down in there. And then we're going to need to grab that driver that I just put away because that was a smart idea. And then we'll just screw that foot on. So once again, M5 nut, find its home, put up there, and try and get the M5 by 16 going into it because you got to push it down through the washer and through the rubber. That'll help get it lined up. And screw it on there. We'll go ahead and we'll put the bolt in first. You see, there's where it's coming out through the rubber. And that's normally a tighter fit than the washer is. It's inside the foot. You just find the hole for your M5 nut. Drop the foot that you had prepped so then you can try and do the one-handed prep again on screen. Put your foot down. Now I have to go find the foot that I dropped. And last one. And we now have feet. Yes, mind the orientation. The front and back have the nice pretty cutouts, the swirled cutouts on them. The flat sides are on the sides. Another way to tell which way is which. We got all 4 feet on. Then it's time to work on the x-axis. And we could keep powering through. However, I'm not sure, but Miss Dragon might have missed me and might want to go to lunch with me. So we are going to call it a day. We have gotten clean some things up here. We have gotten our frame built. We got our frame built. We've got our we have a frame built. We have our Z axes in place. We have our A and B motors in place. We have our feet on and installed. Next up, we're going to build our X carriage or our X axis with the carriage. And we would set that in here, and then it should be on to belting after we put our X carriage together. X carriage, mount it, belt it. Yep. And then we'll be working on the bed, which will be interesting because that's where we will jump and deviate a bit, because instead of using the printed parts, we do have a kinematic bed mount for this build. So that will be fun. And so Chris, you will be expecting another order from me here shortly, because I'm going to need the Lineo underwire kit for this, because I really don't want to wire it all up from scratch by myself. I'm not that much of a glutton for punishment. And then And then what? I don't know. I'm not going to use it. So, does anybody have an idea of who you would like to raid today? While I am just cleaning up some things and getting things off the table because I will need to prep for switching over to the Micron build. Not there. These three motors. It. No options. And so as a reminder, this does have a enraged rabbit carrot feeder kit to it. So we will be doing an enraged rabbit carrot feeder. So when I go to do the stealth burner on this, I'll need to make some decisions ahead of time to account for the stealth burner, right? Because when you go to do the ERCFA, you have options as far as different things that you can do to either put a cutter in the tool head to put a so you can put a cutter in the tool head, you can put a filament sensor in a couple of different places on the tool head to support the ERCFA. So we'll have a couple of options there. So I've got to think through that before I print those parts out. One, before I forget, let me turn that back on, and then we will turn over to here. So what do we think as far as raid? Who do we have as a potential raid target today? Need to wire up the end stop. Nobody? No options? Okay, I'm seeing Science, MakerDeck, Foxen, AZ Pinoy, File Mods. Who else is on here in regular Twitch land? Got Jerry 3DHP, the Free Heathen. I think we went over to Jerry's stream last week. We haven't been over to Free Heathen in a short bit. So let's jump over to Free Heathen and see how he's doing. And once again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. And I will go ahead and get a raid started over to Free Heathen. And please jump on there with me. Let's